Testing. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the staff of the legislature. A pleasant good morning. Today is Monday, March 15th. Today, I am the chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I want to thank all those involved in making today possible, especially members of my staff. What we'll begin today, first, I will begin by doing the roll call of the members of the committee. Then we'll proceed with reading correspondence by any members of my committee in terms of any absence or tardiness. And then we will proceed with putting the agenda on the record. There will be, to note, there has been a change to the agenda in the context of what's taking place in Block 1, where we have a testifier who will not be testifying, however, will be placing on the record correspondence from that invited testifier, Commissioner Gary Malloy. So go ahead, Madam Clerk, please read the roll call.
Hello. Kenneth L. Gittens.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, absent.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Senator Donna A. Fred
Senator
Gregory.
Donna Fred Gregory,
Absent.
absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla A. J. Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
I believe. Senator Potter, okay. Senator Potter, yes, he's over on, yep, he's present.
Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, absent. Senator Kirk A. Viale. Senator Kirk A. Viale, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Chairwoman.
How many absent, how many present do we have?
5 absent and 2 present.
Thank you. And at this time, we do have correspondence regarding the from my committee members.
Janelle K. Saru, Senator, 34 Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, 34 Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Senator Whitaker, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting. Once available, I will be joining via Teams from the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Saru.
So we'll change Senator Saru's, we'll change hers to excuse, and of course, once she's present, we'll mark her as present. Thank you. Next, any other correspondence?
Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 20th Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI 00820, March 15, 2021. The Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI 00820. Dear Senator Whitaker, due to a family emergency, I will not be able to be in attendance at today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Viale, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, and so Senator Viale as excused. Okay, Okay, so we'll now proceed with reading today's agenda into the record.
Memorandum 2, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Senator Janelle K. Saru, Vice Chair, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Honorable Kirk A. Ville, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Honorable Milton E. Potter, Honorable Carla J. Joseph. Date March 10th, 2021. Committee on Education and Workforce Development, March 15, 2021. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has scheduled a hearing for Monday, March 15, 2021 at 9:30 in the Fritz E. Loretz Legislature Conference Room on St. Croix. Block 1, the committee will receive testimony on the state of the Unemployment Insurance Lost Wage Assistance Program and the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. Invited testifiers, Mr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor.
Thank you very much. So so we have one testifier in block 1. And do we have any correspondence from Commissioner Malloy? Because of course we do, he's not present. So please, we're going to go ahead and place the correspondence letter from Commissioner Gary Malloy on the record.
March, Department of Labor.
I'll read it, speak into the mic.
Department of Labor, Office of Commissioner, March 11, 2021. Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix. Dear Senator Whitaker, I am in receipt of your revised invitation and updated agenda for the Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled to be held on Monday, March 15th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. at the Fritz E. Loretz Legislative Conference Room. Last month, my team and I provided a comprehensive update regarding the Unemployment Insurance Unit at the Committee on Finance meeting held on February 16th, 2021. I have enclosed a testimony for your perusal. The testimony provided a bird's eye view of all the programs being administered by the Unemployment Insurance Unit under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES. As you may know, American Rescue Plan Act 2021 recently passed in the Congress yesterday. This plan is $1.9 trillion and will provide relief in many areas of government. The agency is awaiting guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor on how to proceed and has no update to share at this time. Also, in my recent communication on March 8, 2021, I expressed that my team provided testimony at the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation on February 24, 2021 regarding our youth and workforce development programs and attached a copy of the testimony for your perusal. In addition, as the Department of Labor is currently in contract negotiations with the vendor ICF Incorporated, LLC, who will be working in tandem with the agency on the Skills for Today project and workforce development functions, it would be more helpful to provide testimony after the contract is finalized in early spring. Therefore, with great respect, I decline your invitation to attend. Kindly note, sharing this information with our mutual constituents is equally important to me. I welcome the invitation at a more suitable time that will be beneficial to all. Sincerely, Gary Malloy, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And so that is the correspondence from Commissioner Malloy, and I will place clearly on the record. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development has jurisdiction specifically over the Department of Labor by way of workforce development. And I take great exception to a commissioner informing me that because he testified to some aspects of unemployment and workforce development, that we as a committee and as a body can't call him back before us, because he even in the letter, if you, as you listened clearly, said it was a bird's eye view, meaning that today we would have spent some time disposing of the issues surrounding our unemployment crisis. There are a number of constituents. I have worked also along with my Vice Chair, Senator Saru, on intakes and constituents providing constituents who have complaints regarding their unemployment payments. Some as much as a few months, many others, and it is a crisis. And just as it is a crisis with our school system and what's going on with the reopening. So as we proceed forward, and he, in his letter, also testified to workforce development, and we have specific concerns surrounding the manner in which we're proceeding with workforce development. And just to clarify, in communicating to Commissioner Malloy, we reached out to him to ask for testimony specifically on an awarded contract. The work done behind the scenes included reaching out to the Department of Property and Procurement, our entity responsible for all of our central government contracts, as well as the testimony given by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Director, Mr. Griffith, who placed in his testimony surrounding overall actually having specifically to do with disaster recovery. He indicated that a contract was awarded to the company in question and the company that it's also in Block 2. To this end, as we look to amend the agenda addressing this issue of a testifier who's essentially refusing to testify, and there's also other tools and methods that we will use going forward, certainly when we have this type of situation again. I think my colleagues and others, as we work towards reforming our education system, as well as addressing issues surrounding workforce. So we're going to proceed. We're going to go ahead and just for just gathering sake, in terms of just adjustment sake, what we're going to do at this time is we're going to take a break. And what we'll do, we've asked all the testifiers in Block 2 in adjusting their schedules to resume at 10:30. So to the media team, to my colleagues, we're going to go ahead and resume at 10:30, giving us an opportunity to get ready and the adjustment that we've asked the Block 2 invited testifiers to make. For the public, as it's always important for us to be on the same, understand everything together. The testimonies, the invitations, the correspondence is in the public drive on the legislature's website, legvi.org. Go click on committees, go to the Education and Workforce Development Committee, then you'll find in the subfolder the testimonies, the correspondence, and information. We also post there any kind of communication we have following the hearings. And so to that end, I really encourage members of the public, if you go ahead and download that. Of course, the agenda is also displayed. I will also express that as we go forward and we address our issues, we have to do so in such a way that is strategic, and we're going to continue to act. So behind the scenes also, I just want to make public that my office, as well as others involved in education efforts, continue to really address the issues surrounding the school reopenings. We are quite dedicated to that. So in the coming weeks, we will be revisiting the status of school reopenings. We are really, quite aware. We are on top of the Department of Education, the Board of Education, and we are engaging all the stakeholders as we move forward in that regard. So we're going to take a recess when we'll start again at 10:30. This committee stands in recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. Okay, again, good morning to all of the listening viewing audience. Thank you, and thank you for everyone's patience. So again, we had a update to the agenda. Originally, we had in Block 1, Commissioner Gary Malloy to testify regarding our unemployment crisis, which is what we're in terms of issues surrounding the CARES Act and the other just the regular unemployment programs. And so, but we're moving on now. I want to thank the testifiers from Block 2 who have, really agreed to us to, take part now. And thank you so much for that understanding. Okay, so first I also want to acknowledge the presence of committee member, Senator Carla Joseph. Good morning, Senator Joseph. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now proceed. Madam Clerk will proceed with reading what is now Block 2 at 10:30 a.m., the agenda for Block 2.
All right, the committee will receive testimony as it pertains to workforce development, educational development, career and technical education, vocational rehabilitation, employment opportunities, and the Skills for Today Workforce Development Award.
Invited testifiers.
All right, Department of Labor Correspondence, Office of Commissioner, March 8th, Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Senator, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands 00820. Dear Senator Whitaker, this correspondence confirms receipt of your invitation to provide testimony at the Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled to be held on Monday, March 15th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room. The Department of Labor is currently in contract negotiations with the vendor ICF LLC Incorporated, who will be working in tandem with the agency on the Skills for Today project and workforce development functions. After review of your requests, my team and I have determined that it would be more helpful to provide testimony after the contract is finalized in early spring. To this end, I am respectfully requesting that we be allowed to present and provide a full oversight on plans for these programs once negotiations are complete. In the interim, the testimony the agency provided at the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation on February 24, 2021, can share insight on the current status on the information you are seeking. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Gary Malloy, Commissioner.
Thank you. I want to, before we move on, to actually read all of the names of the testifiers in Block 2. Again, we have Commissioner Malloy presenting that he's already spoken about workforce development, and to also add, they are in contract negotiations for ICF. The ICF company, as placed on the testimony by, again, Darrell Griffith, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Director, the contract was already awarded in February last month to ICF for workforce development to the tune of $10 million. As part of the oversight efforts, as part of myself as the chair and also working with committee members, the effort, we have jurisdiction over the Department of Labor, and so it is important that as we go through processes where contracts are awarded, and for purpose of transparency and information to the public, it is important that these things are laid out. Now, we have levels of control over invited testifiers, and my hope is that we will not have to exercise a particular tool, which is a subpoena, to get Commissioner Malloy to participate in a future hearing as soon as possible. And so, to that end, we also just put on the record, we are going on 4 years post-disaster, and last year, a number of presentations were made about workforce development, and here we are today with a commissioner who says they cannot attend because there's still a negotiation for a contract that was already awarded. There's some flags there. But we'll move on. Madam Clerk, read all the names of the testifiers and their agencies, and then we'll proceed with the first testifier.
Okay. In Block 2, invited testifiers, Mr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Ms. Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Dr. Michael Francois, Chairman, Career and Technical Education Board. Dr. Susan Darrow McGrath, Director, University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning. Mr. Michael Carty, Chairman, Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Mr. Bernard Molepsky, Senior Contracts Administrator, ICF Incorporated, LLC.
Thank you. So we will proceed with our first testifier, Commissioner Causey Gomez. Also, just for foundational basis, I'll be asking each testifier, for the case of the commissioner, she's brought members of her team. I'll just ask the commissioner. I'll be reading an oath. Media, please, go ahead and let's have Commissioner Causey Gomez be featured, spotlighted. Okay. Thank you. Good morning to you, Commissioner, and thank you again for your attendance. Very much appreciated. So at this time, I will read the oath of office, and for the benefit of the public, the rules of the 34th Legislature, and for those who are interested in the actual rule, I'm talking about rule number 507 of our rules, 507B. So Commissioner Causey Gomez, I will read the statement, and you will just indicate I do. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may proceed. Thank you.
Would you like to do an introduction of my team members?
Yes. Thank you very much for that. Yes, and go ahead. Please proceed also introducing your supports and your leadership team. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Awesome, my pleasure. Today we have Assistant Commissioner Mikkel Reimer-Brown. And then we also have Director of our CSEP program, Cindy Rollins-Williams. And I believe we have Sharia Green, who is the administrator for our Disabilities and Rehabilitation Division. I think those are the only ones we have today for you. Okay. So good morning, Honorable Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Janelle K. Saru, Vice Chair, committee members, my colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. It is our pleasure to appear before the committee to provide testimony on programs and services regarding workforce development, education and training, vocational rehabilitation, and senior employment opportunities provided by DHS. Joining me today are Mikkel Reimer-Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Sharia Green, Administrator of the Division of Disabilities and Rehabilitation Services, and Cindy Rollins-Williams, Director of the Senior Community Service Employment Program, otherwise known as CSEP. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services is the designated state agency responsible for the provision of vocational rehabilitation services. The VR program is administered by the U.S. Department of Education and authorized by the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The goal of the program is to assess, develop, plan, and provide vocational rehabilitation services for persons with disabilities consistent with their unique strengths, abilities, resources, priorities, concerns, interests, and informed choice so that they may prepare for and engage in an integrated employment outcome and acquire economic self-sufficiency. The Division of Disabilities and Rehabilitation Services, or DRS, consists of 4 programs: vocational rehabilitation, independent living services for the older blind, supported employment, and Randolph Shepherd Business Entrepreneurial Program. The VR program is the largest component and is designed to ensure that individuals with disabilities overcome their barriers to gain full employment. In collaboration with its core and community partners, the program advocates for and supports the independent living philosophy. Eligibility requirements are determined based on the following. The applicant must have a physical, emotional, cognitive, or learning disability that causes a substantial impediment to employment. Verification of the disability must be provided. Consequently, the VR program pays for medical and psychiatric or psychological assessments if the applicant is financially not able to cover the costs associated. It should also be noted that VR is not a primary payer of medical care, but supplements private and/or public health insurance programs. The applicant also must need the services to prepare, secure, and maintain employment. The program is also voluntary, and services are based on your individual needs as determined by your plan of employment. We have vocational rehabilitation collaborations. The program collaborates with internal and external stakeholders, such as the Disabilities Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Association for Independent Living, the Virgin Islands University Center for Excellence in Disabilities, or VIUCED. We also collaborate with Mr. Julian Henley, the ADA coordinator of the Office of the Governor, and various councils and organizations that cater to needs of persons with disabilities. As mandated by the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, each state or territory is required to submit a unified or combined plan to the United States Department of Labor. Vocational rehabilitation is engaged with the development and modifications of this unified plan for the U.S. Virgin Islands. The plan outlines a 4-year strategy to align services and programs for job seekers and businesses. The vocational rehabilitation program is an integral part of the workforce development system, and as such is a core partner of the American Job Center, also known as the One Stop System. Other partners include the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Adult Education, Career and Technical Program, and Job Corps. Upon referrals from the One Stop, to facilitate successful employment.
Commissioner Gomez, we lost you for a short minute. You want to just
Sure.
start
I'll
back
go right
from
back.
from One Stop, Career and Technical Education,
Okay,
to One
so-
Stop. Yeah, start from that point because you just were frozen for a moment.
Upon referrals from the One Stop and various other entities and self-referrals, the following services are offered to eligible participants of the vocational rehabilitation program: vocational counseling and guidance, training and rehabilitation services to facilitate successful employment outcomes, maintenance for additional costs incurred while the individual is receiving VR services, transition planning for students enrolled in schools and pre-employment training and services, development of an individual plan of employment or an IPE, educational or informational workshops to persons with disabilities about services which they can access to improve their employment outcomes, transportation and travel assistance as related to access to VR services, evaluations, accommodations, and assistance with job placement, transitioning and pre-employment services. Transitioning services are designed to help students identify career paths and build the requisite skill sets that will facilitate the successful transfer into the workforce or post-secondary education. All students who receive special education services have an individualized education program or an IEP. The IEP includes information on how students are doing in their classes, their annual educational goals, and accommodations, modifications needed to help students make progress. Beginning with the first IEP meeting, the focus is on the students' goals, post-high school and education and training, employment, and independent living. The DHS vocational rehabilitation counselors are an important part of the IEP team, which also includes the student, his or her parents or guardians, their special education teacher, general education teachers, and a school administrator. Pre-employment transition services represent the earliest set of services available for students with disabilities under the vocational rehabilitation program. The services are available to students as early as age 14 and are short-term in nature. Any student with a documented disability can benefit from these services. Additionally, in accordance with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, The Vocational Rehabilitation Program partners with the Department of Education to provide pre-employment transition services to students with disabilities. At least 15% of the program's federal funds are reserved for these services. The 5 required pre-employment transition service categories are job exploration, counseling, including the career aptitude assessments, work-based learning experience, which may include in-school or after-school opportunities, or experience outside the traditional school setting, including internships and on-the-job training that are provided in an integrated environment. Counseling on opportunities for enrollment for post-secondary education programs at institutions of higher education. Workplace readiness, training to develop soft skills and independent living skills, and instruction and self-advocacy, which may also include peer mentoring and education relative to available accommodations. Through the summer months, students are engaged, are engaged in employment training where they are placed at various government agencies and private businesses based on their career interest. Some of the placements are done in collaborations with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Students have been offered full-time employment opportunity as a result of their participation in the VR Summer Employment Training Program. In the past, the VR program has partnered with local farmers to provide hands-on training to students in agricultural science. The students learned about land irrigation, soil preparation, seeding germination, and marketing. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the DHS VR program launched our first online pre-employment training series that provided information around our core subject areas. Participating students were provided insight on career opportunities, interviewing techniques, resume building, and employer expectations. We're now conducting our spring sessions, which began in February 2021 and will run approximately for 10 weeks. The students will receive a stipend for their participation. Another key component of the VR program is supported employment services. Supported employment is a mandated service that caters to the severely disabled population that cannot benefit from traditional employment opportunities and requires on-the-job support for a specific amount of time. The VR program has struggled to secure and maintain certified and consistent job coaches in the territory. The VR program receives a small grant for the provision of these services. Recently, we partnered with a local private provider, Island Therapy Solutions, to provide job development, placement, and support to selected participants. I'm pleased to announce also that we've been dormant for many years. DHS has successfully reactivated the Randolph-Shepard Business Entrepreneurial Program in the territory. The federal Randolph-Shepard program, signed into law in 1936 by then President Franklin D. Roosevelt, is designed to assist talented and creative individuals who are legally blind to acquire management training and business skills necessary to realize the American dream of becoming business owners. On March 1st of this year, our vocational rehabilitation staff was proud to see one of their legally blind clients implement a soft opening of the cafe in the Ronde Lugo Federal Building in St. Thomas, St. John District. The operator, assisted by our VR staff, worked diligently to acquire all certifications, clearances, and licensure required to begin operations. She's not only employed, but is now a proud business owner. DHS encourages the community to support the cafe in the Ronde Lugo Federal Building. We're also excited about the possibilities that would be born from this achievement. As the host agency, we can work with businesses or government agencies that are interested in providing their customers with on-site food concessions, vending, or snack stations. This initiative will help to build the economy while providing viable opportunities for Virgin Islands that are visually impaired. Currently, the VR program assists approximately 300 plus participants territory-wide and averages about 52 successful closures per year. The program is committed to serving the needs of the population to ensure that persons living with a disability in the territory can lead independent lives. One of the major challenges for the program is the lack of training and certification programs available. As we evaluate the demand sectors, there are not many entry-level positions available, and employers are requiring job seekers to have the requisite skill sets. This creates a significant gap between what is available in the job market and the employability of the job seekers. Ongoing education and sensitivity training of private and public sector employees will be a majority priority for Department of Human Services. It is our hope that increasing our outreach and community education will help to reinforce the goals and missions of the VR program and facilitate an inclusive workforce in the territory. We also have our Division of Family Assistance Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as SNAP, the employment and training. And in accordance with the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR Title VII, Subtitle B, Chapter 2, Subchapter C, Part 273, Subpart C 273.7, the Department of Human Services is required to design and operate an employment and training program that consists of case management services and at least one or more or a combination of employment and or training components. The purpose of the SNAP ENT program is to assist members of the SNAP households in gaining skills, training, work, or experience that will improve their employment prospects and reduce their reliance on SNAP benefits. The Food and Nutrition Service, FNS, provides state agencies with federal grants to fund the administrative costs of an ENT program. ENT grants vary based on the number of work registrants and able-bodied adults without dependents in a state. These grants are called 100% funds and must be used on the planning, implementation, and operation of a state ENT program. 100% of the money cannot be used for any participant reimbursements or support services such as transportation or uniforms. VIDHS 100% annual grant ranged between $50,000 and $60,000. In 2016, DHS received a one-time award of $425,000 additional 100% funding and successfully expanded the case management and training programs offered to SNAP recipients. Historically, DHS has operated a mandatory SNAP ENT program and partnered with the VI Department of Labor to provide case management and employment training components. A mandatory SNAP ENT program requires that as a condition of eligibility, all individuals applying for SNAP benefits who do not meet one of the exemptions were referred to the Department of Labor and required to participate in the ENT program. Therefore, recipients who failed to comply with the ENT program requirements without good cause lost their benefits. Currently, DHS is collaborating with their federal partners at FNS, the Northeast Regional Office, or NERO, to successfully switch from a mandatory to voluntary SNAP ENT program. The program redesigning will include the following: development of an internal comprehensive case management component and referral process, which will be incorporated into the new Virgin Islands Integrated Benefits Eligibility System, or VIBES. It'll establish and maintain collaborative relationships with community and government agency stakeholders to guide industry-driven service provider agreements designed to increase recipient participation in the program. Develop and implement a process for collecting and reporting performance measures in accordance with federal regulations. It'll emphasize service delivery to identified target group based upon existing data analysis, and of course, an annual territory-wide SNAP ENT outreach education campaign. The SNAP ENT program includes approximately 5,220 total recipients, and it's broken down by 3,020 in St. Thomas, 570 in St. John, and 1,630 in St. Croix. As part of the overall strategic plan for DHS, a creation of an employment and training unit within the Division of the Family Assistance will also combine the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Employment and Training, or SNAP ENT, and the TANF Job Opportunity and Basic Skills Jobs program is forthcoming. This new unit will enable DHS to maximize available resources and eliminate the duplication of services as we operate both programs in accordance with separate federal guidelines. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services Division of Family Assistance also administers the Federal Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, Employment and Training, currently known as the JOBS program. The JOBS program provides services to TANF recipients by moving them from dependency to self-sufficiency in preparation for work. On July 1st, 1997, the Virgin Islands joined the rest of the nation in the reform of welfare. Federal law required all TANF recipients to participate in work or work activities after 2 years of assistance. Failure to comply will result in a financial penalty for the territory. The federal law limits financial assistance to lifetime limit of a 60-month period. The main goal of the JOBS program is to provide services which would enable TANF recipients to become economically self-sufficient by identifying and facilitating unique opportunities for the recipients to acquire work. This is done through forging public and private sector partnerships with government and nonprofit agencies and private businesses to increase the number of individuals entering the workforce. Our key performance measure is for TANF recipients to obtain and retain employment prior to their expiration of their lifetime limit of 60 TANF months, unless a recipient is granted a waiver for 3 months transitional employment or extreme family violence. Eligible applicants must be 16 years or older. The federal lifetime limit of TANF benefits is 60 months or 5 years. As of 2002, there's a 50% federal minimum caseload requirement of recipients to be in a work activity each year. All TANF recipients must participate in a work activity except for the following conditions for TANF recipients' heads of household who are in their 3rd trimester of their pregnancy, have a child under 6 months old, have a child under 6 years old and does not have child care, or are caring for a child with disability. The federal government requires all TANF recipients to participate in a work activity unless the recipient is exempted or waived. To qualify with federal regulations, a work activity must be 30 hours per week or longer except for job readiness components. The work activities are as follows: unsubsidized employment, subsidized private sector employment, subsidized public sector employment work experience, is also any knowledge enhancing or skill enhancing services provided to an employer by a customer in exchange for training needed to make that customer more marketable for 3 months with a legitimate job vacancy, during which time they are rigorously evaluated. Upon satisfactory completion, the employer is strongly encouraged to hire that participant. It should also be noted that the initial American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, federal funding, the Department of Human Services, other Virgin Islands government agencies, and private nonprofit agencies participated in a subsidized public sector and private public sector employment work experience with jobs, where over 20 jobs participants were placed in departments and agencies. Many of these participants were able to obtain permanent employment after and gain valuable work experience. DHS will be moving forward in the near future with other subsidized employment work experience for our jobs participants. On-the-job training, which is any knowledge or skill enhancing service provided to an employer by a customer as a precondition of hire and or a post-hire basis. To ensure the recipient is guaranteed employment, the Department of Human Services Jobs Program has partnered with the Department of Labor Workforce and Development Opportunity Act for recipients to take advantage of the training opportunities. The Department of Labor will also offer a work opportunity tax credit to employers who meet the eligibility requirements for hiring vocational rehabilitation clients. Education directly related to employment for individuals with no high school diploma or certificate of high school equivalency is theoretical and or practical instruction provided to a recipient to assist said recipient obtain the necessary knowledge and or skills for those employment. Unless exempt, the recipient must be enrolled in a school component within the next 24 months of an enrollment in the program based on need. Satisfactory school attendance for individuals with no high school diploma or certificate or high school equivalency is academic instruction intended to assist a customer obtain a high school diploma or certificate or high school equivalency. Other approved TANF employment work activities include job search and pre-employment assistance, community service in nonprofits and government agencies, career technical or vocational educational training in general, theoretical and or practical instructions provided to a customer in a particular skill or discipline that would help the customer become more marketable. DHS will be moving forward with a redesigned and re-energized action plan for our jobs participants in 2021 in career technical training with an emphasis on high demand jobs in our territory. The Department of Human Services TANF Jobs Program will undergo a redesign, active recruitment, and will be renamed in 2021. It has been almost 25 years since the welfare reform transformed the way the federal government operated cash assistance programs to low-income and indigent families. The University of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Exploratory Research Center on Health Disparities completed a research project focused on the Virgin Islands TANF Employment and Training Program. The research will serve as a catalyst for improving our DHS TANF employment and training program as we move forward in assisting our TANF clients to not only get a job, but also take the necessary steps on a career pathway and qualify for higher paying jobs and more stable jobs and careers to achieve self-sufficiencies for themselves and their families. One last division we have regarding this is the Division of Senior Citizen Affairs. And it's in the Division of Senior Citizen Affairs is the U.S. Department of Labor, a grantee of the Senior Community Service Employment Program, or CSEP. CSEP is a community service and work-based training program for older workers who are 55 years of age and older, unemployed, and have a family income of no more than 125% of the federal poverty level. It was first unauthorized under Title II of the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 and funded in 1965 as a part of the demonstration project called Operation Mainstream, but later transitioned to an established program under the Older Americans Act. In 1978, it was redesignated under Title V of the Older Americans Act, and this is the still statutory authorization of the program today. CSEP has operated in the Virgin Islands for over 35 years. CSEP enrollees gain work experience in a variety of community service activities in a nonprofit and public entities, including but not limited to schools, hospitals, child care programs, and senior centers. They work an average of 20 hours a week and are paid at the highest or federal, state, or local minimum wages. The Virgin Islands CSEP enrollees earn $10.50 per hour. Their community service, training, and subsidized employment services as a bridge to unsubsidized employment opportunities. While enrolled in CSEP, seniors receive personalized help in meeting employment goals which prepare them to enter or re-enter the job market. Our priority group for the program enrollment is given to veterans and their eligible spouses if their discharge was not dishonorable. The second priority group for CSEP is given to individuals with at least one of the following characteristics. They're 65 or older, have limited English skills, have low reading, writing, and math skills, live in a rural area, they need extra support and training to secure employment, did not get a job after receiving employment services from an American Job Center, or are homeless or risk of being homeless. CSEP enrollees are experienced, responsible, qualified, and talented. And as we often share with our employees and the wider public when speaking about CSEP, age is an asset, experience a benefit, hire a senior worker today. This concludes my presentation. I would like to personally thank our Department of Human Services team of professionals who've been on the front lines providing direct services to our Virgin Islands community throughout the whole COVID-19 pandemic. As always, DHS is committing to working together to make a difference. It's been my pleasure to provide you with the information on just a few of our programs and services offered under the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services umbrella. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have specifically regarding our testimony today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gomez, Kazi Gomez. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I just would like to the listeners and viewers, because I'm also tracking, of course, commentary that's important as we move forward, because as we engage the public, we want to make sure we're all aligned. The first block, once again, we had revised the agenda, which was sent out through the social media channel for the legislature, legvi.org. Again, for those members of the public, I encourage you to go to legvi.org, click on committees, go into the subfolder for today's hearing, which is March 15th. Also, if you're on social media, under my Facebook page, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, I even have went ahead and created a short link, so you can click on that bit.ly link. It's a short link that will take you also there. The issue for the block one and the agenda for block one concerned unemployment in all its forms from the perspective of the CARES Act and the COVID virus rather, and to all the different unemployment services. Commissioner Gary Malloy, again, as I placed on the record earlier, for those who may just be joining, indicated that he did not need to testify because he testified to these items already. And it is my position as well, I'm sure of the position of all of, most if not most of all my colleagues, that we have jurisdiction areas, and again, in exercising oversight over the requisite agency that falls under our committee of jurisdiction, it is important for us to hear from those commissioners and directors by way of transparency as we break down the information and we go through this process for hearings and the work that is done before then. I want to continue to thank those in Block 2 who agreed to testify earlier and adjusting their schedules. We'll now move on to our second testifier, Dr. Michael Francois, who is the chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education. At this time, Dr. Francois, and I'll first read the oath of office to you. Media, if you would go ahead and feature Dr. Francois, spotlight him.
Oh, minute.
That we can hear you, but we can't see you. There you are. Yes,
Okay, there
you've been off for quite. Thank you so much, Dr. So, Dr. Francois, at this time, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you very much. Dr. Francois, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education members, thank you for the opportunity to testify before our committee. My name is Dr. Michael T. Francois, Board Chair. Joining me here today is Board Executive Director Antoine Douce. Critical to our mission as board members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education is the mandate that employability skills, both academic and technical, be provided by all students in the Virgin Islands. Be provided to all students in the Virgin Islands, regardless of whether the goal is to attend college or enter the workforce directly after high school. Today's testimony will include the status of career and technical education programs, an outline of the CTE curriculum, and an overview of the teacher certification process. Recently, the Virgin Islands Board of Career Technical Education had an opportunity to visit the CTE classrooms both on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Our conclusion of the tour was that CTE classrooms in the territory lack basic upkeep, to say the least. On St. Croix, the Central High School, Braden and Nil technician class has resumed classroom learning. However, the classroom leaves much to be desired. This classroom on our visit had exposed stripped wiring, leaks, and a lack of basic maintenance. Furthermore, the equipment in the classroom was outdated. Both the environment and equipment placed our students at a learning disadvantage while being subjected to health and safety hazards. The Career and Technical Center has 9 programs that resumed classroom learning. Although the classrooms at CTEC are in workable condition, they are also in need of basic upkeep. For example, there are missing ceiling tiles, leaks, and outdated equipment. On St. Thomas, the situation was worse. If I had to describe the St. Thomas CTE classroom in one word, that word would be deplorable. At the Charlotte Amalie High School, We found classrooms that consistently flooded, a culinary lab missing basic sanitary requirements set by the Department of Health, and buildings with mold in plain sight. The bottom line is such an environment is unsafe and unhealthy for our students. Why, after years and millions in federal funding, this has not been remedied is baffling, especially when modular units for academic teaching have been provided. Several years ago, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education suggested in just such a hearing legislation that would move funding from Department of Education to the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education for CT classrooms upkeep. It also bears mentioning that the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education by law, VI Code Title 17, Chapter 26, Subchapter 26, allows us to hire instructors and determine salaries. Instructor position in the testimony, give me a minute. Regarding the CT curriculum, Career and Technical Education is a program of study that prepares Virgin Islands students for real-world knowledge, college and career through a multi-year sequence of courses that integrate both core academics with technical skills within a career path. Many CTE courses are offered in both territorial districts, resulting in national certifications such as National Center for Construction Education and Research, NCCR, and National Academic Foundation, NAF. Virgin Islands Board of Career Technical Education is tasked with the review and approval of curricula for 16 career clusters. Exposure to these clusters include careers students may not be familiar with or may not ever have considered while will produce the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs in the Virgin Islands. CTE allows students to figure out what they are passionate about, what they love to do, and what they would like to try. CTE gives learners or gives a learning boost. It combines regular academic courses, curricula, with career-focused courses, skill building, mentoring, and on-the-job training with real-life experience through internship. This experience helps students build confidence and leadership skills to meet their goals in and out of the classroom. CTE programs provide information on various post-secondary options available in the community, territory, or overseas. When young people develop valuable skills, make connections, and build a network while they are in high school, they have an inside track to a successful career. A little bit about the teacher certification. Teacher certification, what the board has done, the first step for a teacher to be certified is an individual getting certified by the board is to determine his or her eligibility, whether they're eligible to be certified. The individual should have a bachelor's of arts degree or bachelor's of science degree, trade certificate or apprenticeship in their field. This requirement is set by the Virgin Islands Board of Education and enforced by the Virgin Islands Department of Education through the Division of Personnel. It is preferred if the individual is pre-qualified by HR and the Department of Education, but it is not required. Second, the candidate must complete the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education application. They must provide proof of citizenship and education with supporting documents, certificates, transcripts, and other proof to support qualifications. If the applicant is applying for a renewal of certification, They should include any additional coursework completed as part of the education requirement. The individual can complete the first two steps by visiting our offices on St. Thomas and St. Croix or online at www.victeb.org. Once the office receives the application and supporting documents, they are reviewed by the office staff, sorted, labeled for priority, and loaded to the cloud if requirements are met. The certification committee members individually review the candidates' information as soon as they are available. The applicants are further analyzed at the teacher certification meeting, which occurs monthly. The team then decides as to certification eligibility. Instructors are prioritized by first-time applicants, renewals of temporary or provisional certificates, and renewal of expired certificates. Presently on St. Croix, there are 30 instructors certified and 26 not certified. On St. Thomas, there are 17 certified with 41 not certified. This is a total of 47 certified CT instructors and 67 not certified in the territory. 41% certified, 59% not certified. 21 of the 67 not certified had their instructor certification expired in December 2020. Approximately 10 of the 21 are on hold for additional information, and the rest are being notified of their status and hopefully will respond and complete the application for certification. This board has certified 35 instructors so far, and we are also in the process of certifying the Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC instructors in the territory. We are actively exploring ways to improve the teacher credentialing process, including establishing an automatic instructor notification system to ensure certification does not lapse. Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education is in the process of developing a protocol for certifying licensed constructors, as well as being in conversation with agency partners to improve accountability and ensure students have optimal instructional experiences. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for allowing the CTE board the opportunity to testify, and we are prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Francois. Can you also please place on the record the meetings of the CTEC board? How often are there? And to point out the regular nature of the CTEC board meetings for the purpose of the public, especially those who are tuned in, who follow us on social media, who are engaged, and please provide that information.
Yes, ma'am. The CTE board, we meet on the third Wednesday of every month at between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Sometimes we may go a little over based on the presenters that we have on that day. But during that meeting, we have our committees, different committees give a report on what they did at their monthly committee meetings. We usually have presenters that bring new ideas about things we could do in the territory when it comes to CTE. And our executive director also takes that time to give his monthly report. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the benefit of the public, this is one board in particular that has regular meetings so that us as senators and you as even members of the public can attend and put that on your calendar and attend on a regular basis. And that's beneficial as we work towards reform efforts. Thank you very much, Dr. Francois. Dr. Susan McGrath for UVSL. We'll begin with you and first and start off also with the oath of office. Dr. McGrath. Thank you very much, Dr. Francois. Okay.
Hello and good morning to everyone.
First, let's me put you up as a spotlight, and then we're going to do the oath, and then we'll begin. Okay, Dr. McGrath, do you, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Dr. McGrath, with your testimony.
Thank you so much and good morning to all. I am joined today by my team member, Dr. Wendy Coram, BLA. She is the UVI Cell Community Engagement Manager and Director, Center for the Study of Spirituality and Professionalism. So good morning, Honorable Chair Genevieve Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 34th Legislature, to the viewing and listening audience. My name is Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath, and I serve as the Director for the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI CEL. This testimony includes an overview of UVI CEL, including information on courses, programs, and our admissions policy. UVI CEL was established in 2002 to meet the workforce and professional development training needs critical to the economic prosperity of the Virgin Islands and surrounding Caribbean islands. For nearly 20 years, UVI CEL has provided continuing education and training opportunities and has served as a bridge to the university. We are accredited through the International Association for Continuing Education and Training, IACET, and can award continuing education units or CEUs for coursework. We are also an accredited American Heart Association, an AHA International Training Center. Over the past 2 years, UVI CEL has evolved through a change in reporting under the President's Office and leadership by Dr. Haldane Davies, VP of Business Development and Innovation. Mergers with the Institute for Leadership and Organizational Effectiveness, ILO, and the Center for the Study of Spirituality and Professionalism, CSAP, allowed us to increase quality training and community engagement services. We also expanded our capabilities in consulting, contracting, and professional services. There are 10 CEL staff members between the 2 UVI campuses. At the Orville E. Ken campus on St. Thomas, we are located at Faculty East. On the St. Croix Albert E. Sheen campus, we have an office on campus and a satellite office in Frederiksted. UVI CEL aims to be self-sufficient and generates revenue through consultancies and grants, student tuition, assessment fees, and legislative funding. We also receive funding through the Veterans Office, as all CEL courses are free for veterans, and through charitable donations. We work with government agencies to deliver education and strategic planning solutions, and our open enrollment continuing education courses are available online and in person. Individuals may subscribe to notifications or follow our Facebook page for updates. Current offerings are posted on our website, www.cel.uvi.edu, along with our admissions and enrollment policies. And that page is cel.uvi.edu/courses/policies. We are guided by the university's policy manual and primarily serve adults. Potential students may contact us directly for enrollment support. Current courses include grant writing and grant management, conflict management, mediation training, and our anti-money laundering and financial crime series, among others. We are working to expand offerings in the culinary arts, construction management, cloud computing, cybersecurity, maritime training, agriculture, and aviation, and align with middle and high schools on curriculum and workforce development pathways. Our assessment services include administration of the UVI entrance exam, PAN testing for the Transportation Security Administration, that's TSA, and US Customs and Border Protection. Prometric testing, where we can provide the GRE, Praxis, the GED, and Human Resource Certification, and PSI for VI licensure tests, including assessments for plumbers, electricians, real estate agents, cosmetologists, barbers, and others. Through our Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, Safety and Paradise Consultation Program, we offer free, confidential safety and health services to small businesses and partner with the Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, and the VI Economic Development Authority, the VIEDA, in carrying out many tasks related to the economic growth and stability of the territory. Our program has been visible in offering COVID-19 related webinars and training sessions. To request an OSHA consultation visit, please go to safety.uvi.edu. Notable partnerships include the Division of Personnel for the Certified Public Manager Program, the VI Fire Service for Emergency Medical Responder Training, and the VI Bureau of Corrections, where we provide strategic planning, education, and reentry planning services. In the reentry space, we also engage with the Department of Labor, the Workforce Board, the Department of Human Services, the Youth and Rehabilitation Center, YRC, the Department of Education, the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, and community and faith-based organizations. We actively work with law enforcement partners to support public safety, the rehabilitation of inmates, the reduction of recidivism, and reductions in serious and violent crime. In 2019, under the leadership of CSAP Director, Dr. Wendy Coram VLA, we hosted the Nonprofit Violence Prevention Summit and assisted in writing the bill that is now law to establish the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. In collaboration with the VI Department of Education, we support the Man Up Academy and Junior University programs. These are programs for middle and high schoolers, and are launching a new initiative with Rotary International, Building Peace Through Service, which will provide monthly virtual student workshops. We also partner with the Attorney General's Office and the VI Police Department on Project Safe Neighborhood research. Other community engagement efforts include our active involvement with the Children and Youth Task Force in conjunction with our CYTF leadership, Dr. Celia Victor, she's with the Bureau of Corrections, and Dr. Greg Guanell from UVI. UVI Cell hosts bi-weekly virtual meetings where the emphasis is on the complex needs of children, youth, and their families pre and post disaster, including the impacts of COVID-19. We support training on resiliency, disaster preparedness, and trauma-informed methods to cope with stress. Upcoming sessions include human trafficking training. Under the leadership of Dr. Haldane Davies, recent consulting, contracting, and professional services include awards through the Government of the Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget, OMB, to develop the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, CEDS, and the Tourism Master Plan for the territory. We also engage in strategic planning and feasibility studies, including work with the Government Employees Retirement System, GERS, and the USVI Economic Development Authority. In the coming year, we will work to further engage with our agency and community partners, identify strategic collaborative opportunities, and engage in innovative, evidence-based grant writing and grant management efforts. UVI Cell belongs to the community. We encourage all to engage with us and let us know how we can provide support. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. McGrath. Thank you. And there's some questions as to the Block 2 and as the nature of what's taking place. For those who may or may not be aware, what is taking place is an effort to restructure our entire career and technical education system. The board members of the CTEC board, as presented during the February 12th hearing, laid the foundation as the role of the CTEC board. Dr. McGrath was also present during that hearing, and so there are collaborative efforts going on, because as we sit here and as we engage, there are issues surrounding funding. One of the questions before we begin our round of questioning, I want to put out there that we have a lot of funding that is out there. In the case of a workforce development, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Fund is known as CDBG-DR. There's also Community Development Block Grants for mitigation under MIT, CDBG-MIT. For disaster recovery, to the tune of $10 million, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Board awarded the Workforce Development Board $10 million. For those who are especially following the money and following the budgets, the Career and Technical Education Board is a board which I will ask Dr. Francois what is the current budget level, but the awareness is that the board has put in a budget of $500,000, and I will be confirming with Dr. Francois the exact number. And so when we talk about the sharing of funds going around, there's issues with resources. I want to thank the CTEC board for the leadership, because it is in the the third week of January. The third week of January, the CTEC board led the effort for the school reopening in us going and conducting the site visits to the second-year CTEC classrooms in both districts. which I joined them as a committee chairwoman along with committee members and non-committee members. So the state of our schools is of great importance, and outside of the hearings process, there are a series of efforts being made to be brought out to the public so that the public is going to be part of us being part of transforming the system. The system is largely broken, as we all are aware. But in order to fix it, we have to analyze. Placed also, if you listen to the testimony for each individual, there are entities that are collaborating. In order for us to proceed, there must be critical collaboration efforts. To Commissioner Kazi Gomez, for the vocational rehabilitation program, it is going to be now up to your department to work with the CTEC board, with the Workforce Development Board to achieve some of these goals. Because what is happening by way of workforce development, there's a lot of, and that's over time, a lot of silo behavior, not to the fault necessarily of anyone in particular, but over time. So today's hearing, as we delve out workforce development, we're addressing it bit by bit. The Virgin Islands Department of Education also has an entity within the department that deals with career and technical education that is known as the State Office of Career and Technical Education. That is the current state, and that's the current infrastructure. We have to step back and analyze, has that been working? And so as we move forward and we assess and analyze and do the work necessary to reform our career and technical education system. So to that end, I want to start off, we're going to move into 7-minute rounds. And before getting into, on final note and getting into the rounds, what I will let the public also know is that we're going to have, of course, upcoming hearings. One of the other areas of focus is on curriculum. Both Dr. Francois and Dr. McGrath touched on curriculum, and we'll be dealing with that as well. So thank you very much. So in the order of I'm going to first recognize Senator Potter, and I'll recognize you for your 7 minutes. You may proceed, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, testifiers and colleagues. My first question really goes to Dr. Francois, and I'm going to make a statement before asking the question. I'm very, very disappointed over the years to see what I see as the systematic gutting of our career and technical education programs in the territory. I know of a number of persons in our community who got their start from a career standpoint by going through some of the various programs in our schools, and that is not happening today, and I think it is sad. I think Dr. Francois' statement about the physical state of physical plants at the the various career classrooms, he said that he would characterize the condition on St. Thomas as nothing short of deplorable. And it just broke my heart when you mentioned that, Dr. Francois. My question to you is, given the realities of the state of the physical plant, and it's hard to get anything done when the condition of the physical plant is deplorable, what has the conversation been with the Department of Education regarding the upkeep, repair, maintenance of the physical classrooms where learning has to take place?
Good day, Senator. We've been trying to communicate the importance of having CT classrooms ready and prepared. Going back and forth with the Department of Education, and I get the impression that they're doing the best they can, but it's almost like they don't have full control of maintenance. I understand that in some cases, they're not allowed to do any temporary work because of federal monies situation. However, that's the situation we're in. It's almost, this board would like to somehow take control of getting those things done. However, we don't have control. We have to go through the Department of Education. And in a lot of cases, the Department of Education is dependent on maintenance or the maintenance department or finances to get those classrooms fixed. But in a lot of cases, though, I know a lot of people will say it's the last two hurricanes and so forth. But in a lot of cases, a lot of these classrooms were in similar states before the hurricane. It's almost like it's a neglect of CTE. That's how I feel personally.
And I think you might be hitting the nail on the head. It is the commitment and the belief that there is a benefit in having these career and technical training opportunities for young people. If you don't believe in it, it's difficult to support it. And it saddens me to think that would be the case. My next question, Dr. Francois, and you mentioned in your presentation that CTE is by law charged with setting instructor salaries. And I didn't know that was the case. So thanks for that information. Now, with that power, do you have, or what has CTE done with regard to developing job specifications and salary scales for critically needed instructor position? How has that been working out?
Well, Senator, to be frank, when the members of this board came on, the members you have right now came on board, it's almost like the CTE board was gutted or they gave up their responsibility, and somehow the board has lost its authority to make those type of decisions. We're fighting that right now. We're back and forth talking to the Department of Education. I've had meetings with the teachers union about salaries for CTE instructors. However, most of the hiring of CTE instructors is done by the Department of Education with no input at all from this board. Except for certifying the teachers as they come on board, making sure they're certified CTE teachers. But as far as salary and so forth, we're fighting that right now to get some sort of input on that, if not based on the law, the full input, based like the law states, at least some sort of input.
Okay, I think that as the subject matter experts and as the board that is charged with those types of responsibilities, you must have a role, you must have a seat at the table to develop those salaries. That is a part of why, to the best of my knowledge, you're having some major challenges finding qualified persons, to serve as instructors because of the salaries. And I'm wondering whether or not there is an option to bring persons on contract rather than necessarily bringing persons in as full-fledged government employees with benefits and the like, which could add to a much more costly situation. But I'm gonna leave it at that for now, and ask a couple questions to Commissioner Kazi Gomez. Regarding the vocational voc rehab program. And Commissioner, what is every student in the Territories Public Schools who are in special ed, are they all automatically connected with the voc rehab program? How does that work?
Time.
Hi, Senator
Madam Chair,
Potter.
may I?
Nice to see you.
Yes, you may proceed.
I would like our Administrator Sharia Green to answer since she's on the front lines with that.
Okay.
Certainly. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I can hear you.
Okay, certainly. Our voc rehab counselors are invited to the IEP meetings on a regular basis. They attend meetings as they are requested. So basically, each student that comes through the public school system that has an IEP, we are invited to those meetings. The referrals come to the Department of Education.
Okay. Just one more question, Madam Chair. I won't abuse my time. I think you mentioned, Commissioner Gomez, in your testimony that 52 persons had successfully, or there were 52 successful closures per year with regard to the voc rehab program. And I just wanted to know what constituted a closure. How does that look?
I'll allow Ms. Green to continue. She's doing great.
Okay, as it pertains to the successful closures, once an individual has attained competitive employment or gainful employment, if you will, that would constitute a successful closure. Having received training and the different types of services that the program provides, if they're able to attain employment, we are able to then close it out as a successful closure. The counselors still have to maintain contact with that individual for at least 6 quarters after the closure, but we can indicate it on our report that it is successful.
Okay, thank you very much. My final question, really regarding the struggles to secure and maintain certified and consistent job coaches in the territory. I wanted to know whether or not what sort of certification, is entailed, certified by whom? Have you had any opportunities to touch bases with retirees of the GVI or UVI personnel? How does a certified job coach look?
It is usually done on the university level. Job coaches are certified through the university. And this is a discussion that we would have to have with our local university to see if that's something that we can definitely implement. Job coaches we've had over the years have came to us indicating their interest, and we've worked with them, but they have not been certified. So this is an area that we definitely need to work on. And again, discussions are being had around this topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the extra time.
Thank you. Before we proceed with my next colleague, I want to put on the record there were 2 other testifiers who are absent and sent in excuse letters. Madam Clerk, please read in the first, the 2 letters.
The Virgin Islands of the United States Workforce Development Board, 4401 Scion Farm, Christiansted, VI, 00820, March 11th, 2021. Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Legislative Secretary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI, 00820. Dear Senator Whitaker, I am in receipt of your invitation to appear before the Committee on Education and Workforce Development on Monday, March 15, 2021. Taking into consideration the importance of providing you and the members of the 34th Legislature with updates on the activities and projects currently being undertaken by the VI Workforce Development Board, and our most recent appearance before the committee, I respectfully request another date to appear before your committee. The board has several initiatives in the pipeline and require additional time to finalize a few key ones. This will give us the opportunity to be more detailed in our presentation to you. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Michael Carty, Chairman, VI State Workforce Development Board.
And before you read the next letter, just to be clear on the process that's involved, and just to highlight something that's really important, The Workforce Development Board is at the center of workforce development. And while it's understandable that people have to collect themselves to get information, there is a board of 27 people that the governor of the Virgin Islands has appointed. And if you can tell me that in all this is going on with the disaster recovery and the fact that this board is, has $10 million to use for workforce development, and other boards and entities in need of funds, because I will also put in the record that the Department of Human Service, for the vocational rehab, a number of the programs require federal matches. So to highlight a problem we have a situation where persons who have the responsibility to execute are falling behind. It is the goal of this committee to exercise jurisdiction and to also give an opportunity. I will also put on the record that it's also been placed on the record again that one of the contracts that the Workforce Development Board executed was already awarded in February. And for all those who know what it takes to go through the procurement process, there's a lot of negotiations that go on beforehand. And this will be the first time I've ever learning that a executed contract, that post-contract you're negotiating on terms. There are some issues. I will also highlight that I would suggest that the departments under the jurisdiction of workforce development to start to have the collaborative meetings. You can use various boards who are developing models of engagement. Models meaning they are doing the collaboration, join them, work with them, and get the work done. So we have to start to do that. I'm hearing different items placed on the agenda today because we're not meeting. It's for the staff to attend, the commission to attend, make it possible that the discussions are not just discussions, but we're into work sessions and we're getting the work done. So to the ICF Corporation, you're indicating that you need more time. Just know that this is not the last, and that we're going to continue to be on top of you to get this information, and through investigation and exercising oversight. That's a commitment that I have, and I know that my other colleagues support that. Some of them support that as well. We'll move now on to Senator Joseph for your 7 minutes of questioning. Thank you. And we also now read Mr. Molepsky's letter into the record. Thank you. And then Senator Joseph.
Okay. March 9th, 2021, ICF Letter of Excuse, Invitation to Testify the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, hearing 3/15/21. Good day, Senator Whitaker. Thank you for the invitation to testify before the Committee on Education and Workforce Development on March 15th, 2021. It's our understanding that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor has competitively awarded ICF Incorporated, LLC, ICF, the contract for the Skills for Today project. However, contract negotiations are still underway. After the contract is finalized and fully executed, ICF welcomes the opportunity to support VI Department of Labor leadership and their testimony before the Committee on Vital's Skills for Today project. Therefore, after consultation with Commissioner Gary Malloy of the VI Department of Labor, we respectfully request rescheduling the presentation for later this spring. Should you have any questions or clarifications about Skills for Today, we respectfully defer to Virgin Islands Department of Labor, Commissioner Malloy. Sincerely, Bernard J. Molepsky, Senior Contracts Administrator.
Senator Joseph, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to the listening audience, my colleagues, our testifiers, as well as our viewing audience. I trust that everyone is doing well. I wanted to, first of all, thank all the testifiers who agreed with the shift in the time, and was able to accommodate us. We are deeply appreciative of your time and also of your teamwork and your team spirit in making that shift given the short notice. I wanted to start off my questioning this morning, and it will be first directed to our Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Ms. Kimberly Kasi Gomez. Ms. Gomez, I really did a wonderful job with your presentation, but there are some items that I do have some questions relative to, and I'm more so into the statistical information. So I'm just going to read it off to you what I'm looking at and looking for. For the Division of Disabilities and Rehabilitation Services, what is the cognizant U.S. department that you receive the funding from, and what amount is that?
Assistant Commissioner Reimer Brown has all the fiscal information in front of her, I believe. AC Reimer Brown?
Yes, the vocational rehab program, they receive funding through the Department of Education. The grant funding anywhere between $1.8 to $2 million per year.
Okay, and how much have you already expended, or have you asked for extension given our pandemic?
Well, for the pandemic and by the rules of the vocational rehab program, we do have an additional year which we can use the funding. So although the grant is awarded in 1 year, you can expend in a second fiscal year. So for example, FY20 funding, we still had access in FY21. So if there's any unexpended, and especially because of the pandemic, the activities may be reduced, we do have that second fiscal year to expend our federal funding from the Department of Education.
Do you have a performance period for your grant?
Yes, it would be that period once they gave you that second year. It's 2 full calendar FY fiscal years, and then you have the usual 90-day period to liquidate funding.
Thank you kindly. Now, let's get into the meat of the operation of the vocational rehabilitation services. I noted in the testimony there was a reference to the individual education program. What is the individual education program?
So an individualized education plan is developed within the Department of Education for students with disabilities.
So it's not one moment, please, Commissioner. It's not a program, it's actually the plan, correct?
Yes, it must have been my mistake. It's an IEP, so individualized education plan, not program. My apologies.
No worries, I understand. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on the record. Now, when you take into consideration how many students are currently enrolled in the vocational, the disabilities and rehabilitation services, how many are currently enrolled?
Ms. Green?
Majority of our populations are students, so I would say anywhere from 70% to 75% are students.
I'm sorry, would you just give me the numbers? The numbers. How many are currently enrolled? How many are students? How many are adults? Break it down for me, and then try to break it down for me by district. I don't know if you have that statistical data available.
No, I do not. I can definitely provide that information. I can do the district breakdown, but I cannot indicate which ones are students and which ones are adults at this time.
Well, how is it that you can't distinguish it when you have individual education plans that are coming from the Department of Education? Those individual education plan also extends when they graduate from high school?
It's not that we cannot distinguish it, it's just that I don't have that information readily available at this time.
Okay.
But we can definitely provide that information to you.
Okay, beautiful. Madam Chair, are we noting that I'm requesting that information? Thank you kindly. So do you have, with that information, do you have a round figure of how many individuals are currently enrolled in this program?
In the VR program?
Yes, ma'am.
On a whole, yes, we do.
And what is that number?
315 students.
315?
315.
Okay, 315.
I said students, I'm sorry, participants. I meant participants, I'm sorry.
Understood. I understood.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
Yes.
Okay, you have 315 participants that are currently enrolled in all of the 4, and that's a total 4 programs you offer, correct?
No. Because we have the older blind program and we have the Randall Shepherd program. Those do not apply. This is basically the VR program.
Okay, well, break it down for me, the numbers that are totally enrolled in each one of the program under your leadership, the number of persons enrolled in the programs right now. Do you have the data?
Okay, once again, that statistical information is not readily available, but I can definitely provide that to you.
Beautiful. Thank you kindly.
And a point of clarification, is it for fiscal year 21 or is it for 2020 or overall?
What grant are you currently operating under? I'm sorry, Madam.
Yes, you may proceed. Go ahead.
What current grant year are you performing under?
We're actually performing under the FY 2020 and also the FY 21.
So provide the information for both years, because you also have programmatic enrollment baselines and indicators that you must meet with your funding source.
Correct.
And also provide for us your performance measures that you have met or have not met in the areas that you are having challenges. I'm saying all of this. I don't want anyone to leave with a sense that we are trying to be critical, you know, but we want to get the information, the data, because it helps build our case relative to braiding and supporting and the collaboration, because you need significant collaboration to deal with your area. And if we can be of assistance and advocate for that, based on the number of persons you have enrolled in your program, we all, from the executive to the legislative, even to the judicial and the private sector, we should be saying that, because you need significant supports, and that's what it is about. So provide the statistical data for us, please. Thank you.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, I wasn't finished. Are we going to have another round?
Yes, we will.
Okay. May I continue?
Your last question, and then we'll be back for another round.
Okay. Now, I wanted to move on. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for your leeway and your indulgence. I wanted to move on to asking some questions relative to, let's see. This is on page 8 of the testimony, Commissioner, relative to the program. It would be line 143. Your major challenges. You said in your testimony, one of the major challenges for the program is the lack of training and certification programs available. Kindly indicate the type of training based on your assessments your clients are interested in. What are those areas that your clients have found that they are passionate? This is going to be where they want to have their career going forward. So tell us, if you've done assessments, what are you seeing are some of the top 3 career pathways that your clients are interested in?
The screen, the top 3. Just as a prerequisite, thanks for the question, Senator. Well, I think one of the things too is the interest is there, but it's not always the ability to have that as a career too. And so I think that the reality is that we need to make sure that the reality is available too. But Ms. Green, what do you think the top three of your clients, their interests are?
What I would say is that as we analyze the workforce and the needs for the clientele, there hasn't been a lot of vocational trade programs available to the clients. I know in the past we used to have a more robust training curriculum. However, recently that has changed. Areas like CNA, plumbing, electricity, those are areas, I think HVAC, IT, there are a lot of areas that we don't have training in. And as we move forward, we definitely need to consider these type of programs. We have even heavy equipment, crane operators, these type of positions that would then allow our clients to be employed by Hovenza, or should I say Lime3, these different entities that they are seeking employment, they don't have the requisite skills to then be able to acquire these jobs.
May I ask, Madam, I know,
Well, just in respect of time, because we're going to have another round, if you want to just close off.
but this
and
is
then
a key follow-up. May I ask?
final,
Thank you
Joseph, for
kindly.
just
Just be just
respecting
so
our
kind
colleagues'
to me.
time.
Thank you.
Okay? Alrighty.
Thank you. Commissioner Kasi Gomez, do you have representation or from the Department of Human Services on the Workforce Development Board? Who is the representative?
It's myself, actually.
And have you communicated this to the Workforce Development Board regarding
This particular thing, yeah, go ahead, Sharia.
Okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Green.
Okay, I just wanted to add that, yes, Commissioner Gomez is on the board, but I too serve on that board. And we have had discussions with our core partners regarding the need for these trainings, yes.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I proceed to my next colleague, we also have to put in the record that the board hasn't met in several months. Okay, so one of the things we have to be, if we're gonna deal with this issue, we have to be honest. That's how you reform a system. Let's be frank and let's be honest. Let's be honest with the public. The board is not meeting, and the board needs to meet, because the only way you can get to these things and these items is to meet, vet, and do the work necessary to get this achieved. The workforce development plan was put out, and so these objectives and these information should have been worked into the plan. But a plan is just on the piece of paper. It will mean nothing unless we have a plan of action. And so I would really ask. I'm asking each person, each stakeholder, the commissioner and her leadership team. I already am aware that the CTEC board is collaborative, so I don't have to ask Dr. Francois to do that, because that's what the board is doing. UVI Cell, Dr. McGrath, she's a champion collaborator, I would add to that. And so let's meet, vet, and work on these issues. Senator, I think I see Senator Saru. I recognize Senator Saru for your 7 minutes.
Hello. Morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Is this the morning? No, afternoon to all. Commissioner Kasi Gomez, where are you on the use of VIVIS?
Hi, good afternoon, good morning still, good afternoon. On the use of what? I didn't quite hear that.
VIVIS.
AC Reimer Brown, that's yours.
Yes, VIVIS, unfortunately, in the last couple of years, I know there was some action, but I was disappointed upon returning to the government. It has not been very, very active. I am not even aware. I know the Department of Education, but as far as the interface, not very active.
Okay, so this frustrates me a bit because VIVIS is a Vojana's virtual information system, and data drives policy. So we're having all these discussions today, but had we had a tracking system on VIVIS, the contributors to VIVIS would be education, health, and human services. You share a system, and millions were acquired to establish VIVIS for this very same purpose. So to have a discussion on workforce development, issues surrounding our people, how we can improve them without the data, the comprehensive data, not data just from DHS. This government continues to work in a silo over and over and over again, and we expect different results. That's the definition of insanity. So we passed the VIVIS legislation in the 33rd legislature, and it was vetoed, like everything else, like WAPA. We vetoed WAPA 5 times. So what in a cabinet meeting is anyone discussing the importance of the VIVIS system? UVI cell Dr. Noreen Michael came to discuss the importance of VIVIS and what it could do. Almost every few years, UVI continues to collect data in between the census. Had we had a repository for that data, our discussions would be very, very different today. So what are your discussions in a cabinet meeting? Do we allow $1 million, a 3-point-something million project to just die?
As
And I'm
far
going to
as
stick
cabinet
on
meetings,
data
I think
today
that
because data is so critical.
Go
ahead.
I'm really glad that you're bringing it up, Senator Saru, because this is a conversation we have internally speaking. And I do agree with you when it comes to data. It does drive policy. It also drives what you need in order to accommodate the needs of our community. So I appreciate that. As far as specifically cabinet meetings, I think most of the work is usually done in between a cabinet meeting. And so I think that, you know, in light of today's discussion, I'll make sure that I bring it up again and just kind of bring it back around to ensure that we have a system. Even within human services, we serve a lot of people in the public. I'm not going to take much of your time, but we do that, and we need an integrated system. And so we are actually working towards having that specifically moving forward. That's what we're actually working on right now with internally.
Because nothing is more frustrating to sit in a budget markup and to craft policy with no data. You just say, oh, let's get them an extra $1 million and get them $500K extra because we want this program to work. And we're really at a point where we're in the year 2021. Data should be driving policy. For the federal government to give DHS money and federal grants, it's on data. It's on the census. For the stimulus checks to come out, is based on the number of people and who file their taxes. This is what happens. But in the Virgin Islands, we like, you know, the cartoons, the Jetsons and the Flintstones. We're in a Flintstone era. When do we move? Now, going to the CTEC board, there's still an issue with lack of teachers. I heard your vague response earlier to the senator to the right of me. What are some possible solutions to improving the amount of teachers in the CTEC program?
Well, Senator, the big issue we have with getting teachers for the CTEC program, and I'll be frank, is salary. When you have an individual, a plumber—
I know the problem. I heard a salary. Tell me the proposed solutions and the discussions you're having to address the salary issue.
Well, I've had meetings with— I've had a meeting with the teachers union, which allowed me to speak, but you could tell didn't want to entertain the idea that CTE instructors be paid different than teachers, than academic teachers.
So does a CTEC teacher have to be unionized?
As far as I know, in the Virgin Islands, to teach in the school, the teacher would have to be unionized. I probably still need to do my research on that. But I've done research on salaries.
Hold on a second, Doctor.
Sure.
Hold on a second, Doc. The question would be, that's the research. Nothing is wrong with breaking the norm. In the absence of, we're talking about trades. Across the nation, you have magnet programs, you have Voc schools. So have we looked at the model across the U.S. to see if CTEC teachers are in a different union, if they're unionized, non-unionized? Is there a hybrid program? Have we done any of that research to try to fill this gap?
I've done research on teachers' salary throughout the United States. As far as CT, I don't even like to call them teachers. I like to call them instructors.
I'm not talking about salary. I'm talking about how you incorporate them into CTEC programs, I know the salary is an issue, but if we're able to get them on contract, if we're able to remove them from the union but hire them on a different model, have you looked at the models across the United States?
No, I haven't, but we can hire CTE teachers on contract. But again, the board has no control over that. That's all done and determined by the Department of Education. And until the board has some sort of say or control over those things, we're just a shadow. We're just there to say we have a CTE board. We have no control over hiring. We have no control over salary. We're fighting just to have control over programs, the CTE programs in our school.
Okay, I just have one more question. It's only like a little bit of a say, so Madam Chair may conclude. I'm not done with this teacher situation. In the second round, I'll follow up. Can I follow up, Madam Chair?
You can proceed.
Okay.
Yes,
Commissioner Kazi Gomez, we have a high level of recidivism from those who leave our prison system. Do you have any conversations with the Board of Corrections, not board, Bureau of Corrections, on a prison to work transition program, you, labor, BOC? And I'm asking, well, you seem to be the only one that decided to show up today. So I guess I'll have to direct my portion of the question to you, because it's a problem, and technically education, BOC, labor, and DHS, you share the very same population. So is there any conversation on a prison, on breaking a prison to pipeline program?
I haven't been involved in any of that. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have specifically. We've done our youth program and try to, decrease the recidivism rate within our youth programs as far as YRC is concerned. But as far as it specifically graduating and going to Bureau of Corrections and then trying to break that mold, I have not been personally involved in that quite yet.
Anyone on the line? And then we also have an apprenticeship. We passed the apprenticeship bill in the 32nd, Act 8063. And the apprenticeship program is fully funded and it has yet to kick off, which would be the Department of Labor. But like I said, this whole silo thing, lack of data, no conversation. Is anyone on the screen today having that collective discussion on how, because our crime rate is a problem and we continue to treat the symptom and not the disease. And the disease is really that detached, whether it's a lack of education, a lack of a skill, something is wrong. How are we trying to address crime through programs like the apprenticeship program or breaking that, that continuance of returning to crime? When you come out of jail, you have no skill. There's no prison to workforce program to get them in jobs. So they end up, a few prisoners have come, well, not the prisoners, but ex-cons have come to the office begging for work. And I am confused as where to send them. And they're looking for work and they don't want to go back on the streets. But we don't have a system that cultivates that. So what, among you guys on the screen, from CTEC to UVI Cell to DHS, what are your conversations?
Senator Sarah, if I may, this is Ms. Green from Voc Rehab. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, in reference to conversations, I know we've been in conversations with Department of Labor in regards to their second chance programs. So they have been looking at the different populations in which they need to work on getting training and employment to those individuals. We've had discussions several times. I'm not sure where they are with that program, but we have discussed that. They recently, I know, worked on their work opportunity tax credit program, which would also provide employers with a credit if they were to hire individuals that came from the prison system or came from the juvenile justice system, Voc Rehab program, any one of the target areas. They're trying to work towards trying to shore up the services to those populations.
And to conclude, I don't want to abuse the time because the conversation is critical, but we are at a critical juncture in this territory with crime. And we have to get beyond the point of the conversations. At some point, you have to just do it. And every time somebody comes, we're having a conversation, we're going to talk ourselves to death. So it's my hope that we really, really leave today's meeting and go back with a renewed sense of purpose on how we could address the fundamental issues of our time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru. Really resonates with expressions. And I just want to continue to put on the record and to help the public understand what we're facing, right? The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, and that's Title 17, Section 262. The Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education shall be the sole agency in the administration of the career and technical programs in the Virgin Islands. And what we have by way of practice is a misalignment with the law. And if we if we also analyze, for those who are aware of the history of workforce development, many of our elders speak about the CETA program. The CETA program is the workforce development program, the workforce development board. In CETA days of the board then, the same board now, under a different name. So you can name it differently, but also our history is very informative in terms of the breakdown. I think that Dr. McGrath, I saw your hand was up. You wanted to make a comment?
Yes, thank you so much. This is Suzanne Dara McGrath. I'm the director for UVI Cell. I had a bit of a technology challenge there a moment ago. I apologize, but I did want to weigh in on what Senator Saru was asking in regards to the Bureau of Corrections and the Prison to Work program. Since I have started here in September of 2019, I have been extremely passionate and working very hard to build that relationship between the Bureau of Corrections, Education Connections, the Department of Labor, make sure we're engaging our folks at the YRC to ensure they are also connected. UVI Cell, we were contracted to do the Bureau of Corrections strategic plan, which really helped us to understand all the challenges that the Bureau is facing, especially in the reentry space. So as we know, there is no formal reentry program here in the Virgin Islands. We are very far behind, and we see the violence that happens here on a regular basis. And from my perspective and from my team's perspective, this is our mission to reduce recidivism and to stop the bleeding that is happening. So we do meet weekly with the Bureau of Corrections every single Friday for an hour with the Director Testemark and Peter Abrahams and other folks who are involved in reentry. And then on the third Friday of each month, we have our reentry task force. So that is a grassroots effort that we've started through UVI Cell to bring together all of our collaborative partners to ensure that our returning citizens have a path to employment. So what we have accomplished, it's been very, very effective to date. We have helped the Bureau of Corrections to establish vocational and academic programs within the facility, including our NCCR program. We certified 8 individuals, including 1 inmate who is now a welding instructor and will be providing courses within the facility. We're also supporting other NCCR courses there. On the academic side, we're supporting the online high school program. We know that the majority of our inmates do not have a high school diploma, so we're engaging in that space as well. We were able to connect the Bureau of Corrections and Department of Labor around that transition, and we've connected now our case managers who are at the Bureau of Corrections with our case managers at the Department of Labor. And we know there are 35 employers here in the territory that are able to receive support and funding through providing those pathways to employment for people that have barriers like our folks who have been incarcerated. This is something we're very, very passionate about. I don't know if Dr. Coram Viollet, if you wanted to also weigh in on the work we are doing with the Bureau of Corrections.
Before you proceed, Dr. Coram, good morning to you. Senator Saru, you had a point of inquiry. You want to let Dr. Coram speak, or you want to proceed with your point of inquiry?
Dr. Coram could respond, and then
Okay.
I'll do my point of inquiry.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're on mute.
Dr. Coram, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, you can start. Okay.
My apologies.
Good afternoon.
Thank you,
to you.
Senator Snow, and good morning to everyone. I just wanted to also add that the university has engaged the BOC in developing educational access to education here at the university. So there are some inmates that are currently enrolled online at the University of the Virgin Islands in hopes that later on, once they transition through the reentry program, they'll be skilled to enter the workforce from that perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Your point of inquiry?
Thank you. So the last question would be, and I guess I'll go to CTEC and to everybody else. The Bureau of Economic Research conducts, of course, they're the main statistical agency within this government. Have we looked at the information from the Bureau of Economic Research to indicate it shows you the flourishing industries in the territory, whether it's industrial, tourism, whatever? Have we looked at those industries and the areas that lack the capacity for it to be done? Like, look at the road work. We have people doing road work, but our local people are waving a flag. That's what we do, right? How do we get on the machines? How do we get to the heart of those industries? So are you looking at that data from BER to shift the focus within CTEC to say, okay, hey, the hurricanes have showed us that we do not have enough voc-ed people and skilled people. So our target for our 5-year strategic plan includes producing 20% more masons and plumbers and electricians. How are you interfacing or utilizing the Bureau of Economic Research data to determine the direction you want to go in?
Okay, that's one of the tasks that my executive director or the executive director for the board has, where he goes on and downloads that data from the Department of Labor, actually, website. And so he would be able to answer that better than I would. Mr. Deuce? Mr. Deuce, are you there?
And my concern, Dr. Francois, is you've sent me a lifeline to talk to somebody else, but as the chair of the CTEC board, that should be in the discussions. Listen, we need to get this and this happening, and you should be able to at least tell me that the plan is to produce this amount or this percentage of masons and plumbers and painters, those who paint the walls outside or indoors or whatever. Like, what you transfer me to somebody else, but as a head of CTEC, what is that discussion that based on this data and the territory has an unemployment gap, how are we moving to fill the gap from the avenue of CTEC? Of course, labor has a role, DHS has a role, but you have a role. They begin with you, and then when they come from you, they move someplace else. So I need an answer somewhere, somehow.
Again, Senator, the problem we have as a CTEC board is that the CTEC power, that power that we supposed to develop programs and we supposed to decide what programs are in our schools and territory, the board hasn't had that. We're in a struggle right now to gain that type of authority. And it takes more of our time struggling to gain that authority than moving forward with anything else that we have. Because for many years, the Department of Education and other departments have decided what programs or CTE programs we're going to have in the territory. Even now, programs are being developed unbeknownst to us. We find out through the grapevine, and then we have to go and research and find out why these programs are being worked on and nobody told us. So until we get that authority back where we make decisions on CTE programs in the territory, to answer your question will be extremely difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I digress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think we're getting into the weeds of things, and we're getting into some areas that present challenges for us to move forward. And to that end, an effort that is being made is to address the issue surrounding the authority. The Virgin Islands Department of Education, again, has a state career and technical education office. That office has for some time now gone ahead and taken over the authority of the Career and Technical Education Board, taken over the funding source, the Carl D. Perkins grant that we have from February 12th hearing. We requested that Commissioner Barry Benjamin provide us with the update regarding the expenditure of that fund. The board is supposed to oversee the fund, but to date, the board, with basic meetings about basic expenditures, wherein the State Career and Technical Education Office has decided what programs have set the salaries. Now, the law states that the CTEC board is responsible for the vetting and hiring of teachers, as well as, of course, contractors, and then sent to the governor. As the practice is right now, through the collective bargaining process, the CTEC teachers are under the union. So the process by which is going to require collaboration, is going to require exercise of authority, is going to require oversight and support to fix this situation. Because as it is right now, the lack of power, lack of infrastructure is really breaking down the system. And we should also find it really alarming that the board at the center of this, in terms of the Department of Labor, the center of recidivism, because actually CETA was once upon a time we were addressing the issue of reentry, and we were working hard, and we had programs in place, but they've all been destroyed through various efforts over time. So we're now on the cusp. The push is to reform the system, set the boards properly, align them, the departments to start engaging and collaborating and moving from discussions to putting items on paper and executing. I will proceed. Senator Joseph has a point of information, and then I will proceed with my time, my 7 minutes, to ask my questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out from the last meeting we had for this committee, and I'm sorry he is not here, the chairman of the VI Workforce Development Board indicated and stated some very clearly on the record the demand-driven industry, and he had construction being absent from those demand-driven industry. I believe that construction is part of the state plan for the development, for the Workforce Development Board. And so it is clear that there is some misalignment. If I would like to recommend, Madam Chair, the next time you invite the VI Workforce Development Board, also extend an invitation to the Executive Director of the VI Workforce Development Board, which is Ms. Sonia Boyce.
Thank you for that, colleague. And just to emphasize, I've had a critical meeting one-on-one, because the role of the chairperson, have the one-on-ones, get my committee members involved through the caucus process as well, and then outwards. And then a lot of the work has already, we go back to the files of the history of this committee, and we work forward. Now, in terms of the outreach to the director, executive director, and to the board chairman, that's why I had the first interim meeting with them to get this information. And so that is why he was invited. But again, we should recognize that they've been awarded $10 million, and that is not to the exception of the other millions of dollars they received from the U.S. Department of Labor. And so today was to find out from the main vendor, the vendor that's getting all of this workforce money, what are they doing with the money? That's the goal. Because when we follow the money, and when research is done to analyze what happens to communities of color, we see that we've been taken advantage over and over again. I come from the background of the whole issue of human rights, so when I get into housing and crisis and all that, we look at it from a racial dimension, and that's those are apparent in different spaces, and I see it also in this regard. We have to deal with things as they are. There's an awarded contract, and we were asked for them to present. The Workforce Development Board members, if you are on this board, some of you on the call are on the board, petition Mr. Cardi to have meetings. We had a hearing the other day regarding moorings. That representative from the marine industry indicated that she also confirmed that the board had not met. Yet and still, monies are awarded for moorings. So we go on and on. Money's being doled out and given where there's been no meetings. So there is that investigatory action that needs to be taken. I've initiated that. I'm going to work with my colleagues on this, and we're going to uproot these awful, like we have the roots of oppression. We have a lot of roots of oppression here in the Virgin Islands. Some is acted against ourselves. So that's the purpose of the meeting. Let me go ahead and ask my questions. I want to focus in on. If you want to start the clock for me, please. Okay, so Commissioner Kazi Gomez, I want to focus in on a few of the items surrounding your testimony, particularly as it pertains to the rehabilitation of clients. So what are the eligibility requirements for employers? So through the Work Opportunity Tax Credit programs, what are the requirements for employers? What are the general requirements?
Thank you for the question, Senator Whitaker. Either AC Reimer Brown or Ms. Green, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Mikkel Reimer Brown, Assistant Commissioner. So the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, although it is open for employers, it must be employers who usually file on the mainland. So you're going to have some restrictions. You have, I know, Office Depot, you have certain hotels, you have Walgreens, and Ms. Green may know of others, but there is that restriction that has to be that connection to the mainland filing and connection with the larger corporations. So for the territory, that is a limitation there. But there's several that we can get the Work Opportunity Tax Credits with the Department of Labor. I don't have an exhaustive list, but I mentioned just a few of those that are readily available and that we refer our clients to.
And in terms of addressing, as we can see, there's some duplication of efforts to some extent, right? What MOUs or what agencies are you in partnership with in terms of specifically for vocational rehab? What agencies are you have any MOUs with or just partnerships?
I think we've mentioned a few in the testimony,
Yes.
Department of Labor, Department of Education, Disability Rights. I know I'm missing about 12 other ones.
Okay.
Shari, who else do we have?
As it pertains to the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, you basically mentioned the core partnerships.
Okay.
It's Department of Labor and Department of Education.
So what I would suggest, you have a partner right here. We're gathered here today. I would suggest you add the CTEC board as a partner, the Board of Education as a partner, so we can work holistically together and we can continue to develop partnerships. And of course, UVI-CEL, I cannot forget you, Dr. McGrath. Okay. The question I have to you, Commissioner Commissioner Gomez, did you make any interface or meet with the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority Board specifically as it pertained to workforce development funding or any funding for vocational rehab? Did you have any exchanges with the board, Mr. Griffith, on securing any necessary funding to address any matches or federal matches that could have been used through federal funds, or just overall workforce development and vocational rehabilitation?
Housing Finance Authority, specifically regarding workforce development.
Correct, because they
We're
put
working
out a
on
big
a lot
plan.
of other things, but
Okay.
not specifically for me. AC Reimer Brown, you're shaking your head. We're not
No.
connected to workforce development. We have other things, yeah.
Not at this point, but certainly that is an area that we'll be pursuing. We are working more on the rehabilitation of our facilities with Housing Finance, but definitely Sharia Green, Cindy Rollins, and Ms. Bailey, who oversees our TANF and SNAP employment, we will be pursuing that as soon as possible.
That's excellent. Thank you. Dr. Francois, can you speak and give us just a general overview of the collaborative efforts, naming key departments that the CTEC board has engaged with concerning workforce development, and as well as highlight, you indicated that the ROTC program is going to be, well, it's now a program for CTEC. Can you give more details on that as well, and that effort to make that that effort for that program to be your newest program?
Okay, thank you, Senator. Colonel Charles, who was over the ROTC program in the Virgin Islands, approached us recently. I brought it to our attention that in the United States, in most states, ROTC is under the CTE programs. And he would like to do the same here in the Virgin Islands. So we took a look at the program, we see what was required, and we went ahead and petitioned, if, for lack of a better word, to get ROTC under CTE with the approval of the Commissioner of Education. So that was done, and what we're doing presently, we're in the process of getting the ROTC instructors certified as CTE instructors. Even though they're already certified as ROTC instructors, we want to make sure that they meet the Virgin Islands requirements to be CTE instructors. So we're working on that as we presently speak. As far as...
Well, I just want to stop you there, Dr. So, and in terms of that effort, you still have to go through the Department of Education to get that program approved. Then it goes to the governor, then comes back. So again, we're talking about that added layer of processing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other programs and collaboration in that regard?
As far as collaboration, we try to have meetings with several different entities, try to do it on a monthly basis if possible, if the other entities are available. So we have a monthly meeting with the Board of Education. We haven't had a meeting since the board got its new members, but that's on our schedule to have a collaboration meeting at least once a month with the Board of Education. We also do the same with the Department of Education, where we meet with the commissioner and her team monthly. We're also trying to set up meetings with the Workforce Development Board, but we have a member on our board that's also a member on that board, so a lot of the information is passed through her, which is Dr. McGrath. And we've had meetings with the Department of Labor, but we would like to continue having those type of meetings, if not on a monthly basis with the Department of Labor, at least a quarterly basis with the Department of Labor.
Time.
Thank you. And I believe, there's any other program that the board is currently working on?
Yes, right now the curriculum committee for the board is looking at an agriculture program. We're working hard on getting an agriculture program together for our high schools.
Okay. And just to reference agriculture, it's a requirement for our children to learn agriculture from kindergarten to 12th grade. And just by way of background and research, the board is now unearthing a 19-year gap in the review and update to that curriculum, and certainly the work that's going to be involved therein. So thank you for that. I know my time's been called. I just want to ask of Dr. McGrath. Can you outline in terms of, as we continue to support workforce development under your purview, what kinds of financial aid or even scholarship programs are being offered in some of these key areas? You mentioned, of course, that UVI-CEL is on the cusp of developing various programs. We were speaking about construction earlier in terms of that importance of that industry. Are there any scholarships? And then also with support for teachers who have to come back in and go through the certification process through the CTEC Board of Education.
Yes, thank you, Senator. This is Suzanne Darragh-McGrath from UVI-CEL. We are approved providers through the Department of Labor, and we are able to tap into WIOA funding. So right now we have 3 courses that individuals can go to the Department of Labor and apply and receive funding. And those 3 courses are administrative assistant, child daycare management, and clinical medical assistant. So all 3 of those courses are currently available through the Department of Labor, through WIOA and UVI Cell. Those courses are online, and they do include the certification exam as well as a 1-year access to our computer lab to take classes if you don't have access at home or internet access at home. So we're not able to tap into UVI's tuition or free tuition at this point in time, but we do offer free courses for our veterans. When it comes to our teachers, we do offer many courses that are in support of teacher certification. As Dr. Francois mentioned, we have a critical gap with our teacher certification. And so we do provide online Praxis Prep. That's one of the requirements for our teachers to take Praxis. We have the VI History and Culture course, as well as we're exploring online courses that can be substituted for certification, which I'll be presenting to our UVI School of Education soon. I've been working with Ms. Nancy Callwood from the State Office of Career and Technical Education, and she is working hard to, they have funding available for NCC, our teacher certification. So we're looking to certify 4 teachers in the next couple of weeks here, as well as provide up to 15 teachers with their tuition to the VI History and Culture course, and we'll have a separate class that'll be established for those teachers, for CTE teachers specifically.
Thank you very much, Dr. McGrath. And I will close up with back to human service. So to Ms. Green, the question I have for you really centers on the current programs of the Department of Labor, particularly the one-stop. Have any of, do you have like well, I know we asked questions about numbers earlier, and that's really critical. I also believe in data. How many clients, I should say, have gone through even the one-stop program? The Department of Labor has a one-stop program. A vendor was awarded $5 million. That closed out last fiscal year. How many of our people were able to really take advantage for an entity that was awarded $5 million to assist with, assist persons with employment or re-employment, I should say?
Prior to COVID, Senator, the counselors were in the one-stop at least 1 day a week. Since COVID, we have yet to return. But many times the counselors would have the participants come to the Department of Labor so they can work with them there, go through the job search and do what they have to do on the VIEW system. So a lot of our participants do frequent the one-stop. So we do want to continue that partnership. And I think under WIOA, this is where these discussions should take place, because we already have the partnerships in place, and we just want to make sure that all the stakeholders are also invited to the table so we can have a cohesive delivery of services to the population.
Thank you. And what we definitely have is a significant gap, the skilled workers. And so a lot more resources have to be placed within our education system from the elementary, middle school, and high school level. So otherwise, we're going to continue this cycle that we're in, a cycle where a large percentage of money has been towards the adults and very little towards the children's actual skills necessary to get grade by grade, and certainly be part of the workforce system. So we'll now proceed with our final round of 3 minutes. Okay. Senator Potter, you may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, question is to Dr. Francois, and it's regarding the vacant critical technical positions at CTEC. At CTE, how many or how long have these positions been vacant? How long have these technical positions been vacant?
Mr. Deuce, you want to answer that question for me, please, sir?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long have these positions been vacant? Well, that question would be really best answered to individual principals of the schools. I can give you a listing of openings that we have. How long have they been open? In it's a question I cannot answer you directly.
Okay. Well, my reason for asking the question was really that I believe that the positions have been vacant for quite a long time, in some cases for years. My question was, if it would be in our best interest, or the interest of the board, to pursue, my mother used to say there's more than one way to skin a cat. I was thinking about maybe some of the standout persons in the program, standout high schoolers or seniors, being given the opportunity to have a scholarship, maybe to go to a technical school for a couple of years. They do that for 2 years, they come back, they enroll in the free tuition program at UVI just to get the core educational courses, and then they agree to come back to work for the Virgin Islands government. I'm wondering if some creative approach like that, whether or not you would be amenable, Dr. Francois, to an approach like that, identifying those standout students in the program right now, offering them a scholarship opportunity to a technical college on the mainland, and getting them to, in exchange for that, agreeing to come back to the territory to teach some of these courses that have been vacant for many, many years. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's an excellent idea. Even with the scholarships we give now, one of the things we try to do is get the recipients of those scholarships to come back and work in the Virgin Islands, or do some kind of CT work in the Virgin Islands. I think that's an excellent idea. Also, one of the things I want to add with that recommendation is that in a lot of our CT courses, we have one instructor. And when that instructor leaves or pass away or whatever, that program comes to a halt. I think that we need to also look at hiring at least 2 instructors for each program. That way, when one instructor leaves, we have an additional instructor to carry on those programs. But I think that's an excellent idea, and that's something maybe the board needs to do a proposal for, or not maybe, we will look at that to do a proposal and see how we could get funding to do such a thing.
Thank you for that, Dr. Francois. The next time I speak with you, I'll ask you the status of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. My final question, Madam Chair, is to Commissioner Kazi Gomez and her team, and it's regarding a TANF program. On, I think, line 278 of your testimony, Commissioner Gomez, you mentioned the University of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Exploratory Research Center on Health Disparities completed a research project focused on the Virgin Islands TANF Employment and Training Program. This research will serve as a catalyst for improving our DHS TANF Employment and Training Program as we move forward. My question is, I just wanted to hear a little more about the results of that, that project, and how the new TANF program, how you project the new TANF program to look. I believe, from what I am understanding, TANF is structured in a way that single parents or single head of household families are the only entities that qualify. And if you have a dual parent household where both parents are unemployable, they would not be qualified just based on the fact that you had 2 parents in the household. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but I was hoping, if it was, that maybe this new redesigned program would would make some changes to the way that program looks currently. Thank you very much.
I'm going to allow AC Robert Brown to answer, but I just wanted to kind of just check in about the, when we began the process, we wanted to make sure that our efficiencies were done, and merging it into one, I feel, is the best interest of everybody involved. And so I think that will be a good use of our team, our resources, as y'all know that it's been difficult to hire in the past, and so in futuristic. But as far as the research concerned, go ahead, AC.
Yes, as our commissioner was just talking about doing a bit of a merger of the SNAP and the TANF employment and training programs. One of the things that we definitely will be doing is renaming the program. Name has a lot to do with something and programs. And really, for the TANF employment and training, a job is not the only end all and be all. Many times the low income TANF person may take a job and they may be a cashier or a low income or minimum wage. I believe in the redesign, we are looking to expand the career pathways and that type of employment and training focus on the high demand industries. Yes, you were right. Currently, we only have the single parent household. That is a restriction. We will look at that. But Senator, we do also have some caps, federal caps of monies in the area for TANF. So funding will play a role. One of the key ideas under the research was really more employer outreach and employer gauging their openness to accept TANF clients into their businesses. That is an area we're going to be doing a lot more employer education and also building up the skills and the levels of the TANF clients themselves so they can see a pathway forward. So it's going to be a dynamic process. We're about to engage a new director of employment and training for both SNAP and TANF. So we're excited about the possibilities for the rest of 21 when we have a redefined and a re-energized TANF and SNAP employment and training program.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to highlight that, also to the Human Service, you also are working on the 21st century principles. That's really looking at improving the operations as well. So I know that you indicated that. And so with that, I will continue to say, really and truly, it won't be effective unless it's collaborative, unless the department specifically meets with all the entities. The Department of Education is a huge entity, and we can see now over the years, it's this whole breakdown of CTEC is not working. The State Education Office has not been able to really uphold. It's really and truly, it's not working, and we know that, and we see it. So before our students, poor individuals matriculate and finish school, that they have as many skills we can get, them involved with as possible and trained in, and move forward. Senator Saru, you're up for your 3 minutes. Senator Saru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you looked at the data from VIPD? They have a planning and research division. Have you looked at the data on the amount of criminals, repeat offenders?
That directed to me, Senator?
Everyone, we're having a workforce development discussion, so have we,
Yes,
did we look at the, go ahead, Commissioner Gomez.
Thanks for the elevation. I have actually looked at the statistics, but it hasn't been recent within the last probably 4 or 5 months. I do think that just taking a quick look at what that looks like and seeing past clients or their clients of our system and how they're going or feeding into the IPD and what they're seeing right now would be probably beneficial to us. We just haven't gotten to that part right now.
Okay, Dr. Francois.
No, I haven't, Senator. I don't know if anyone else on my board or my executive director has, but I haven't. I've been more focused on saving our students in high school and junior high than looking outside of that at this time.
The data for the Planning and Research Division has data from the juveniles as well. Those who go to YRC, those who are in the juvenile programs, and how many times they've been arrested, picked up, and what's not. So, Mr. Francois, your answer does not suffice at all. Dr. McGrath?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm looking for the latest data, but we do receive that regular information from the Bureau of Corrections. They are actively tracking that now with the different software tools that they have put in place. So we should be able to get that information to you pretty quickly. I just have to make a couple phone calls. But that is something that is being actively tracked on the strategic plan. It's one of the critical metrics. And I know the BOC, they've recently hired someone to manage the strategic planning and support strategic planning efforts. And it will be definitely data-driven, which I know is critical for all of our efforts here in the territory. That's something that we've historically struggled with.
Okay, and I think I'll just conclude there. I just asked about VIVIS in the first round. I asked about how are we using the Bureau of Economic Research. We're not using that data. The VIPD is producing their data. We're not using their data because if we're able to see, Madam Chair?
That's fine.
With your indulgence?
Go ahead.
If we're able to, if we're able to see the outcomes and what the outcomes are, then we're able to, on the front end, push programs that would prevent what we're seeing at the VIPD. The VIPD is the last step in workforce development or in saving our people, period. So I'm just a bit exhausted today, and I think my tone expresses my exhaustion of the fact that we are just having conversations and we're in planning, we're in preparation, we're doing this, we're going to meet next week, and the streets are running red. And of course, parents and schools have a duty, but government has a duty to fill the gap as well. We all have a role, and on this end, we have not fulfilled our duties insofar as developing a skilled labor workforce. 'Cause, I mean, when people start to work, they feel valued. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will move now on to Senator Joseph for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I have spent significant time in my career working in the trenches with both young people who are recidivist, adjudicated, and we had to have data available to be able to apply for funding and demonstrate that level of need. Definitely we have a huge gap relative to the collaboration, the conversations, working together, as I have termed it to be, to braid, just like we as people who have hair are accustomed to, or even twist, to braid those resources so it is aligned and everyone is neatly working together with the end in mind. That end, the outcome, is definitely providing these services so that our participants, our students, are economically self-sufficient. That is our end goal. That should be our end goal, the economic self-sufficiency. I know, Madam Chair, you spoke eloquently regarding the level of oppression. There is a system of oppression, and we have to see how we can work to eliminate it. I wanted to ask if, and this is to Dr. McGrath, relative to your work with the private industry as well as the public industry that you mentioned on page 2 of your testimony, do you have articulated MOAs or MOUs with your partners? And how does that work? Just be succinct.
Yes, so we do have MOAs with partners, and we go through the property and procurement process. We get contacted to do custom training And then we do the research on our side to establish what those courses will be. If we need to develop curriculum, we will. If we need to identify instructors, we will do so. And we'll put together an agreement, a contract, and share that with our partner agencies. Then we'll go through the property and procurement process and get our legal folks involved.
Okay,
and hear from-
okay, Dr.
Okay, sorry.
McGrath, my time is running, and I want to ask the same question to the Commissioner of Human Services, Dr. Casey Gomez. Kindly indicate, do you have existing MOAs or MOUs with your partners? Those will be the public-private partners. Do you have those, and how are they working? I don't need to know the process.
Actually, we do have MOUs because, usually, especially with federal money, we can't get into an agreement or conversation usually without an MOU or an MOA, depending upon if it's money or not money. Whether it's, when you say it's working, right now we're in the process of reviewing every single contract, lease agreement, MOU to ensure that it's working. As far as workforce development, I believe that there always needs to be improvement. The system that we talked about, the data collection, we have data for every single program. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's not an integrated data system where you're able to pull to see and cross-reference at the same time. So what happens when we're preparing, we have the data. It just would be nice to be able to have that cross-reference of, okay, well, this particular client crosses 3 programs.
Right.
And so I think that that's really its ultimate goal for it. But as far as the MOU and working relationships with our partner agencies, I think that we're doing a pretty good job. And I think there's always room for improvement, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I just want to wrap up really quick because my time has expired, and I'm trying to be respectful, even though that our committee meeting, because persons have deemed that these items were already covered, is that the MOUs and MOAs are critical, because that is how we are able to align the services required. MOUs and MOAs should be in existence with all low-income, any type of service existing for low-income families. And that include a single parent or a single person who is in a low-income bracket. That includes also the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, because they also have that economic self-sufficiency component. So we have to be able to go into where people live. A lot of them live within the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And so those are some of the things that we need to look at, braiding those resources. I know my time has expired. I want to thank you all for the work that you do. And I just want to let you know to just be encouraged to continue the work and continue to build on the collaborations that are existing. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I will conclude just with my statement, and then we'll move into conclusions for each testifier. And so there's one particular quote that I want to conclude with. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And that quote is by an individual Nelson Mandela, who inspired many. And as we close out this hearing today, and as we look forward to future hearings, I really want to continue to emphasize that we are facing critical issues. It is our duty as the Education Committee to have oversight over the Department of Education, Department of Labor, Board of Education, the CTEC Board, and we are all engaged in the process. I ask that as we invite testifiers that they respect the process. After the hearing, we have a hearing. There's been requests for information, so I ask the departments to respectfully give us the information we are seeking, and we can and let us move from the conversations to work sessions, and then present before hearings. And where we see legislation needing to be had, we vet that, ask for your input, and we come together in a collective effort. I'll go ahead now and start, have you first, Commissioner Kazi Gomez, provide your closing statement.
Hi again. First and foremost, always a special thank you to our frontlines essential employees of the Department of Human Services. They are really the ones that are doing the work. Chairwoman Genevieve Whitaker and the members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. We really truly appreciate the opportunity to provide our testimony today. I think it's an ongoing conversation. Our employment and training programs and a consolidated effort should always be together. Collaboration, and of course, like Senator Saru said earlier, the data-driven system is really truly the key component of our development and the workforce especially. I think workforce development allows for our individuals to gain and improve their skill set, not only for themselves personally, but also in the job market and the workplace. We are lifelong learners, and training is always a good return on investment. So for even within our internal and our organization, I always support professional development and making sure that we're getting through it. So if we can continue to track our measurable skill gains and show how we can prepare for the workforce for this success, I'm all in. And so especially training for our seniors and persons with disabilities, and of course our families that we serve on a regular basis. We stand committed to not only this legislature, the executive branch, and a special thank you to the Brian Roach administration. We're here to serve. So thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Thank you, and thank you for attending today's hearing. Dr. Francois, your concluding statement? Or last thoughts?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I'd first like to thank you, Senator Whitaker, and the rest of the members of the committee for allowing us to testify, the CTE board to testify here today. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We're doing the best that we can for now, I'd like to say, but we're pushing forward. And I made a lot of notes on certain things that certain senators brought up, and we're going to figure out how to address those things. But other than that, I'd just like to say thank you for having us.
Thank you. And Dr. McGrath?
Yes, thank you so much. I did want to just clarify one point on the recidivism data. I did misspeak on that. The online data system is not fully implemented at the Bureau of Corrections, and the last rate collected was in 2019, where the recidivism rate was 21%. So just to make that clarification. I'd like to thank you, Honorable Chair Whitaker, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on behalf of UVI-CEL today. I have sincerely appreciated today's conversation. I too have been taking a lot of notes and identifying opportunities for follow-up and future partnership. And I will remain hopeful as we move forward in collaboration to support the education and workforce development needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to definitely thank you, thank all of you for your testimony here today. And I believe I do. I don't have to. We don't have to push for that. From Commissioner Kazi Gomez, Dr. Francois, Dr. McGrath. I do believe that from this hearing that there will be collaboration, that there will be work sessions, and I look forward to also meeting with you. We go through caucus processes and us moving forward on behalf of, in this case, of the children, the adults, and also even the seniors as it pertains to workforce development. Thank you very much, and thank you to all those who tune in. Thank you to my staff, on the media, on the staff of the legislature who makes today possible. I'm just thankful, and thankful to the community for tuning in, because even throughout this hearing, I want to emphasize, people are making comments, right? The public is participating, and that's what I'm emphasizing. Let the public be part of this process. Let them give feedback, and critical feedback can only make you stronger, especially when it's constructive. So thank you, everyone. Everyone have a blessed day, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much, and be safe. Thank you. This meeting stands in recess. Is adjourned. Thank you.